The heck you doing awake this time in the morning?
And here is WQEQ879.
Oh, the RG2A.
Boo! Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to say hi.
Yep. I thought you were burping or something.
Yeah, no, you'd hear the ABCs with that. Yeah, I didn't hear you on the way home yesterday, so not sure what happened there.
I got out of work late. I didn't make it home until like 5 something in the afternoon, and actually it was a little past 5. So I pretty much had enough time to, um, rudely said, shit, shower, and go to bed. Like before I did take a shower or whatever, I looked. You weren't online, so I was like, okay, I guess he's getting out late today. Oh, by the way, your friend Ross was kicked out of the channel and the hub.
right. I don't know. Was Ross the one I was talking to yesterday?
Yeah, the condescending a-hole from Miami that he thought that he knew better than anybody.
Yeah, after talking to him, I realized that definitely not an RF guy. He's a system integrator. I mean, system designer, however you want to call it. The guy that sits behind the desk and figures out what they want to sell to put a system together. But he even said that he wasn't out in the work area a lot. It was mostly, doing that. And then I guess he started another business, which I thought it was interesting. He did say that he was running that business while he was working for Motorola, which is in direct competition. So I'm not sure how that fared for him.
Well, the way he says it to everybody is that he was an engineer for Motorola and a retired engineer from Motorola and whatever. And he knows everything about it. But then he asks some questions that are so stupid that you're like, how the hell was he engineer again? But he completely leaves out the part that it was a not the kind of engineer that deals with radios, but the one that just sits on a freaking desk and pushes a pencil all day doing designing systems or whatever. That does not mean that he knows what the hell to do with a radio once it's there. But oh, I knew I had to ask you something about that. Uh, did the Vertex 7000, did it had more than one version of the PA board?
Okay, so there was an early and a late one. Um, if you go into the manual, if you have a late manual, meaning one that's an older date, or I don't know how to phrase that, a newer date, okay, you'll have in there, you'll have two sections for the PA. At least for the UHF side. I'm not sure about the VHF, but I know UHF, there was two versions of the PA, but they weren't, it wasn't like, there was two versions. Once the second version came out, it it superseded and replaced the previous version because they made some improvements to it. So that's the only difference between the two. I mean, if you were to look at them, there's a few components difference, but it's not a drastic change, and they plug directly into the other one. So could you replace a second generation PA with a first generation? Yeah. Could you swap them out interchangeably? Yes. But like I said, the second generation PA, it just had some improvements done to it. That's it. Oh, let me ask you this too. Are you asking about different versions of the repeater itself or just the PA board?
No, just the PA board is like I haven't seen no difference between the old Vertex or the or the newer or the last version of it. Uh, I'm guessing it was internally, but uh, physically they all look exactly the same. There was not much of a difference or no difference at all. No, and I'm asking because my PA has that. Uh, I'm guessing it's the actual PA. It's a big PA chip. It's probably about 2 inches long, um, with those four little legs that protrude at the bottom of it. Um, and then there's an okay. Let me pause and then I'll take it from the top. Okay. Ross took one of the guys from down in Miami from South Dade. He took on a tour to one of his sites, or one of the ones that used to be his site, to pick up some equipment and or something like that. And apparently, in one of the rooms up there, they found this old abandoned piece of equipment in the corner. Come to find out, it's a VXR 7000. And Ross apparently said that it was his and that he completely forgot about it and asked the other guy if he wanted it. Or the other guy said, it was like, can I have it? And he was like, oh, I don't know why you want that, that thing. It's like, it's old. It's been sitting there for years. It's like, who knows if it even works. And he was like, well, I don't mind taking it, try to fix it and get it fixed. It's like, well, if you want it, I'll fix it for you. And he gave it to the guy and then offered to fix it for him. He took the PA board and took the chip off, the actual PA, he took it off and put a different one in it. But this chip is different. It's probably about an inch and a half long. Mine is probably about 2 inches long by 1 inch wide. This one is probably about, I want just roughly looking at the pictures, I want to say that it's about 3/4 of an inch wide by probably about an inch and a half long. And he switched them out, put a VHF PA chip in there that it's not even on the same frequency than GMRS, even though that the board is a UHF board. He put a VHF chip in there. I didn't even know that they were, different for specific frequencies or whatever.
Hey, it dropped out, and Zello got funky again. It wouldn't let me key up. The channel was busy, even though nobody was there.
So what did you hear?
We did hear you talk about Ross took somebody on a tour.
Yeah, he took one of the guys from South Dade on a tour in one of his ex sites where he had his antenna, his equipment, repeater site, and they found an abandoned BXR 7000, and he gave it to to the guy that was with him. He gave it to him, and then he offered to fix it. He took the PA and took off the PA and solder another one into its place that is a VHF PA, not even on the frequency of GMRS, And on top of that, it's also probably about a 10 20 watt 25 watt PA, and solder it into it, and then gave it to him and told him, it's like, oh, you don't need 50 watts, 20 watts, it's okay. And I was dealing with this with the guy for probably the last 2 3 months, trying to figure out what the hell did Ross did with that repeater. And finally, yesterday or the day before, we finally figure out what it was that he did. And it was that he took the 50 watt chip out of the PA, and put another one that didn't even go with the freaking repeater. The board itself, it's a UHF board, but the PA is a VHF.
Yeah, those we call those hockey pucks. Those are the little um, yeah, the little plastic case amplifier, and has a little metal plate on the back, a couple of wires coming out to one side. Yeah, we call those hockey pucks. Um, those are usually band dependent, meaning that it's going to cover a range of frequencies um, within a band. Meaning you have a VHF one that covers usually all of the VHF. You'll have one that covers the 200 megahertz range. You'll have one that covers. You might have two that cover UHF, because it depends upon if you're on the lower 400s or up to the 512s. Um, but yes, those are usually band dependent, and if you try to use one and the other, they don't work well, because there's actual circuitry inside of those to optimize them for those bands that um, they're on. So if he replaced it with the wrong hockey puck, um, the guy who's got the machine could actually go on to RF Parts and order the right part from RF Parts. And I don't know, last time I looked, it might have been 50, $60, something like that. Um, if he's got any kind of soldering skills, he should be able to solder that back down. Now, the caution that I will say is that is screwed down into copper, not metal, not steel, not anything like that. So if he changes it, he needs to make sure that he just snugs them, does not try to torque them down, because if he does, he will strip the copper threads out of that plate, because it's a copper plate, and he'll be looking at having to buy some copper plates from, um, well, actually, it's not Vertex anymore. It would actually be Motorola.
Yeah, well, he replaced it with a VHF, with a VHF lower band. It's in the 400 to uh, 450, I think it was.
Well, it should, okay, it should be able to pick up another module. If the module's wrong, put another module in, and that would you know, that would get them back at least in the ballpark. Um, to change the power level of that radio, okay, it's in the manual, but there's a sequence you push on the panel, um, in, when you power it up. And when you key up, I'm trying to think. One of the two buttons, one is power up, one is power level down. You can adjust the power level of that repeater. Now, that's temporarily, unless you go through the next step to make it permanent. Um, so you can adjust the power level of the repeater, but you got to have a microphone to do it.
Yeah, he knows how to do that because he was telling me about it, and I'm like, he's like, oh, how can you not know this? And I'm like, because I never got a microphone with my repeater, never needed it, never used it, and never spent the money on it because I never was going to use it as a bass. Uh, but he does know about that. And the thing is, the most he can get once it goes through the duplexer, he's getting less than 10 watts coming out of the duplexer. He's like, might as well just use and actually that's what he's doing. He's just using an HT because it pretty much has more power than the actual repeater. But uh, he sent me the picture of it, and I sent it to Tone and uh, Sean, and Sean went online and searched for it, and he found some manual that, or some schematics that had not just that one, but it had all the different versions. There were like 4 or 5 different versions of that same chip, of that same puck with the model numbers and all that kind of stuff. So I pointed the owner of the repeater in that direction, and he's gonna buy the right puck for his repeater. And he says that he's pretty good at soldering, so that wouldn't be a problem. So he's gonna solder it himself, take off the old one and solder the other one. I'll just send him a text message today and let him know about the to be careful when he puts it back, so he doesn't strip the threads on that copper block.
Well, I could see Zillow's giving me a fit this morning. Not sure if you're running into the same problem where it's very erratic, so I'm not getting all of your transmission at one time. And I'm having to hit the replay button to listen back to catch it all.
Zella's been acting up for the past few days. Even the other night during the net, it wouldn't connect. It wouldn't transmit on RF. They had to restart the running Zello. I'm probably gonna have to do the same with mine because it's doing this for the past couple of days.
Even with my VPN, it still gives me a bit. It sounds like they're getting swamped again. Yeah, because even I have a VPN going right now where my exit node is in Dallas, which is where Zello is located. And last time I checked, that's where they had their servers at too. But anyway, I'm struggling to even get in with that. So I think Zello is having some issues on their side again.
Yeah, we first thought that it was our system or the Zello box, but nope, apparently it's actually Zello.
Yep, it's Zello. It gets really, really bad. Okay, that's annoying. It keeps dropping me. So when all those groups are together on Zello, it just goes to crap. 2015 when we had the big hurricanes and stuff that came through, Zello was unusable for, oh Lord, I bet it was probably 3 months. It would work and for 10 minutes and then it wouldn't work for a half hour. It'd work for 10 minutes and then it wouldn't work for a half hour. And it was like that for months just because of all the amount of traffic they had on it. Actually, it may have been a hurricane that came through here, went out into the Atlantic, and then came back in through South Carolina and stuff and did all the flooding because at the time, we had groups in Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, over into Alabama, Mississippi, and Texas because they had all that stuff going on at one time, and it just Zello just couldn't keep up with the number of people that they had on.
I'm guessing you thought that they will know, figure it out after the first time and get it. Oh shit.
What happened?
Overturned vehicle in the middle of I-75, literally on the middle lane of I-75.
Did you roll her window down and say, "Hey, buddy, it's hard to drive that way"?
Yeah, it looked like he went to the right shoulder and bounced around and came back and took two other cars with him when he came back on the road.
He didn't have a sticker on the back of his car that said NASCAR wannabe, did he?
No, I think I saw one that says, if you can read this, turn me around.
My buddy looks for the wrecks and looks for the Biden stickers to find out, yep, that one must have been the one at fault.
Yeah, from the looks of the skid marks and everything, I guess he was trying to evade hitting something, got into the shoulder. Shoulder is a little steep. Looked like he got to the bottom, hit the wall. That bounced him back. He came back up the embankment, and probably that's where he turned sideways and then just scraped the whole road and ended up in the middle lane, front side of the car, pointing the wrong way, upside down.
Good Lord, sounds like he must have been moving at something approaching Mach 1.
Well, it looks like he was trying to achieve 85 miles an hour, but his flux capacitor did not give him 1 gigawatt.
The gigawatts just kind of ran out for him, huh?
Yeah, he forgot to change his AA batteries before jumping to the future.
I've seen a few videos of these guys that, dash cam videos, and I'm telling you, some of the ones that it's just like, what were they thinking when they were trying to travel at that speed? Number one. Number two, what were they thinking when they tried to turn like they did? That just, I don't know. I guess it's a concept that some of those guys totally miss, and that is, if you're traveling at high rates of speed, you can't turn that wheel real sharp, or you're going to, tend to roll that thing. Especially if you got any kind of vehicle that's any kind of height, the higher the center of gravity, the easier that thing is to go into a roll.
My cousin lives in Dallas, close to 35 over there, I-35, and there was one bridge or one underpass that been a lot of accidents, and every time they will hit the freaking column of the that was holding the bridge. So the county came in and put barriers on it, so that way they wouldn't hit it. They will hit the barriers. Well, they did the barriers with to make them safe. They made the ones, at an angle, that has like a little ramp going up. So that way they weren't hitting a blunt, corner. Well, one guy got killed because he hit that, took off, and hit the bridge. Uh, and got killed. So they're like, well, we're gonna have to extend them, make them longer, so that way, that doesn't happen again. Well, they made them longer. This time, they had a report of somebody called in, a couple of people called in that there was a tire and bumper and something else on the road, and they came over and they're like, yeah, it looks like a scene of an accident. Looks like whoever it was took off. No, he did not take off. He actually was going so fast that he actually cleared the bridge and got stuck on top of the bridge. He landed on top of the bridge.
Oh Lord. Yeah. Well, I know when they started putting those barrels up several years ago, they would fill the barrels with sand. Well, sand doesn't give much as far as when you impact it like that inside a plastic barrel. So then they decided to fill them up with water. Now, if you ever watch NASCAR or any of the other ones, when they have a wreck and those guys hit those water barrels, that's an impressive sight. But I had a friend of mine that was a construction worker, and they had just put some of these water barrier barrels down, and they were just cleaning up. They hadn't even finished, and some guy came and hit the first group of barrels head on. Just never even hit the brakes. And they said that all that water got ejected into the air. The car came to a rest, and when the water came back down, it crushed the roof flat and popped all the windows out.
Those are called attenuators or something like that, close to that.
Yeah, attenuators. They're supposed to slow down the impact, but yeah,
I only know the name of those things because my ex works for the guys that are in charge of I-4, and she was the one that introduced me to the word and to those things. And yeah, they got I-4. They got sued because of the sand, and that's when they ended up putting in the water. And just to protect them, they actually have to add a certain amount of times a year or once a year. They have to go in there and pretty much treat those barrels like they were pools and add a chlorine tablet in there so the water uh, doesn't create algae or whatever and turn them black in the inside.
Yeah, I would, if it was me, instead of water, I would put something with the consistency of Jello in there, so it'll absorb the impact, but it won't. It just won't have the explosive force that water does when they. Because water doesn't compact either. That's the problem. When you hit those barrels, you're basically taking the impact force and you're sending it upward in a column of water.
Yeah, same thing that happens when you take a water bottle and take the top off and slam it with both hands.
Yep, it just transfers that power into a different direction, but I don't know. I just, no matter what you do to try to keep people from hurting themselves, I'm thoroughly convinced that the one meme I've seen is right. And it says that the better you make the protection, the better the idiots became. And now the idiots are smarter than your protection.
Yep. Uh, that new ramp that they built from the 408 to the to I-4, they right now they're about to close them and start working on them again because one guy came in speeding, uh, hit the barrier, was like a ping pong ball, kept hitting barrier until he hit. The car went airborne and landed on the ramp at the bottom on the road, and of course he got killed. Uh, I got some pictures of it, um, and now they're gonna extend those walls upwards. They're gonna extend them so to prevent something like that.
you know, when they were building that, we were watching that because we worked right there at Core and Division. And we often wondered, well, okay, so now you've got these ramps where you're up, 70, 80 feet in the air. If anybody ever goes over that thing in that car, that's not going to fare well for them at all. I mean, that's a pretty nasty drop. And then if you're on the ramps that are up by Amway, geez, this thing's got to be every bit of what 100 feet up.
Yep, especially that one. That one is probably about that height. You know, he they think that he died from the impact of the wall and not the impact when he hit the bottom.
Well, not to make fun of a dead guy, but it's a little consolation whether he died when he hit the wall or he went splat when he dropped off of a fairly high bridge. Um, yeah, I don't know. To me, that whole that whole intersection was such a disaster, and it still is. Um, it's almost as bad as the disaster down there between 441, the B line, and the turnpike, where they all come together and you get that whole nasty circle roundabout thing in the middle, and oh, that place is horrible too. But there's no high bridges there. It's just horrible traffic. Just come in on one side, and you got to get out on another, and it makes it a mess. But that whole east-west thing, um, people don't realize the east-west used to dead end right there at I-4. And I can remember when I'd go down to visit my grandma and grandpa down there, because they lived down just south of that where my mom grew up. That was where east-west dead ended. It dead ended at I-4. It never meant to go beyond that.
Hey Tom, I'll talk to you in a minute. Just got to the customer and apparently they're here already and want to unload me, so I'm not gonna say no. So I'll be back in a bit. WRG 8 and I'll be clear.
All right, have fun. Catch up with you later on from WQVQ 879. Boy, it sure is awful quiet in here today. Where is everybody?
Good morning, Tom. WRUV 239.
Woohoo! Good morning. Oh, lordy, lordy. You know, I love reading bumper stickers because you learn so much. The guy in front of me had a bumper sticker. I had to look at it twice at first to see what. I'm like, did I read that right? It says back off or I'll deploy your airbags.
I like that one. I might have to get that one.
Oh, I've seen some pretty good ones over the time, and there was one that I seen that we were all laughing at because it says warning, and right below that in smaller letters it says if you could read this, caution, flying chickens out driver's window. And down in Orlando, so 33rd Street is the big jail down there for Orange County, the Orlando area. And so we used to see these bumper stickers, and it didn't dawn on me at first of what they meant, but it basically says, my child is an honor student at 33rd Street. And it was like, man, what in the world? I didn't really put two and two together until one of the deputies I knew said, yeah, we know what that means. That means that their child's been in 33rd Street often. Oh, and if you're having a struggle keying up, it's not you. It's Zello's got something funky going on with it again. It usually goes through these little spurts of stuff where you can't get in, and then keep trying and trying and trying, and eventually you'll get back in.
I'm just fumbling my way all the way to the truck to go to work. I don't want to go to work, and it's Friday, so hopefully it'll be an easy day.
Is that one of those days where you start going, I think I'm sick?
Yeah, that's what my manager likes to call the bullshit-itis.
I think maybe somebody should create a new book called The Wit and Humor of Modern America as told by bumper stickers. Sarcasm and witticisms are the best. Well, looks like we picked up another one in number, but I didn't see who it was. Anyway, here is KG4WOB/WQEQ879. And Zello's been acting up, so it's not your device if you're having trouble keying up and getting into the system. So just keep trying. You'll eventually get back in. Wow, gas is 301 out here this morning.
You say 301?
That's what the sign says. It said 301 for cash customers and 323, I think it was, for credit card customers. Even though I'm acting like it's a good deal, the problem is it's still $2. It's at least $2 too high. I believe gas should be somewhere between 75 cents and $1, and definitely not more than $1.25.
I hear all the stories people tell me about how gas used to be so cheap, but I first started driving back in like 2010, 11, so it's always been about three something for me.
Oh Lord, you are a young squirt, aren't you? Holy cow! Nope, I remember gas going from the 60 and 75 cent range up to $1. It just seemed like it jumped. It wasn't a gas crisis. It was just a delivery short. Actually, no, it wasn't even really a delivery shortage. It was speculative buying. People were going around trying to top their tanks off and stuff because there was a rumor of a fuel shortage, so it created an artificial scarcity because people were trying to buy so much of it at one time. And then I remember in '04 when we had the hurricanes came through, gas went up just shy of $5 around here. And oh Lord, you want to talk about like to break you over the coals, because it went from somewhere in the $2 range to right around $5. And then after everything subsided from the hurricanes, it still took quite some time before it got back down to where it sort of settled in the $3 range. And then when when Trump was in, it was down right at $2.
Driving to work, I see a guy with a little 16-foot John boat with a little tiller handle pushing it, and I don't know, I'm a little jealous.
WRU 660. Good morning, gentlemen. Happy Friday.
I'm gonna let guys off if you guys later on to the QVQ 879.
Good morning, Tom. Where are you at today, Tom?
WRG28.
WRT 60.
Good morning, gentlemen. Happy Friday.
Same to you, Pat. Sean, I guess nothing has gone up in smoke yet?
Thing is smoking, bro. I can hear that. I can hear that on my crappy Baofeng in my shop, and I've got a metal line shop like a Faraday cage. I couldn't believe it.
That's awesome. Hell yeah.
We need to get you interested enough so you can put another note in the shop.
Oh, it ain't about interest. I'm just not spending $200 on a Raspberry Pi. I'm trying. I got a friend of mine that's got a couple. I'm trying to weasel one out of him. Can't do it. I can't spend $200 on a Raspberry or 150, whatever. That's just. I'm sorry, I can't do it.
I used to get them for 50, 60 bucks.
I was buying them for 42 in a kit form, like last year from one of my suppliers. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering if there's another small or SMB that I can use, as long as it has Linux on it, or does it have to be the Pi version of Linux?
Oh, believe me, they've been working around that one for a while.
There's so many better options. I mean, there's a ton of new ones that are just, spec wise smoke the thing, but it all boils down to what's actually reliable. And if it's the Pi is the only way to do it, then, I don't know. I guess I'll have to sell some pictures of my feet on OnlyFans again.
Oh, that is so much hard work. Um, the orange pie, I think it was one of the few that they actually had it working. It still had a couple of a few problems with it, but it was the only one that, from what I was reading, that they actually got running this thing on it, or at least All Star. Uh, but if they got All Star running, most likely GMR is.
Alex is trying to use a TV box currently. That's his current project.
Oh, he's using an Android box?
Tone is like he's been trying to figure it out.
Well, if I knew more about it, I bet you I could make something happen.
You might want to talk to Tone because he has it in his house. He has the TV box in his house, and he was trying. Uh, to be honest, I can't remember what he told me. What he couldn't get to work.
Gotta be a way. My question is, does the Pi OS have to be on a Pi?
But apparently, there is a way to make it work.
So I use a Panda computer, which is way faster, better.
that is a question better suited for Tony. Uh, Plus, we have it on the cloud running in what is it? Oh man, I forgot the name of that version of Linux. What is it again? It used to be on version 9. Now they have version 10. Debian. It used to be running on Debian 9. Now it's running on Debian 10.
Got it working on Debian?
Yeah, that's how our hub. That's where it's at. It's in the cloud, running on Debian.
Well, that would be awesome, and then I could use a real computer. So I got lots of those.
Again, when you hear Tony on in here, ask him because he's the one that installed that did ours. He put it on the cloud. He got it running. He got it all set up. He tested it for a while, and then when everything was said and done, we took over. But yeah, he's the master on this. Is like, he can tell you what he did and what he didn't do.
Right on. Well,
That's for the Latte Panda that Pat was just telling us about. These things are fucking bad.
yeah, that's the way to do it, man. There's another one that just came out that's half as much, and the specs aren't as good, but at least it comes with cooling fans, and they're starting to cool these things off. So
Hey Sean, did the fan help out?
Absolutely. The fan is on low and it hasn't lost power once. The needle's sitting right underneath 100 watts.
hey, Sean,
Yes, sir.
what are the chances of us getting a cover for one of those? Is that cover removable where the board stays in the radio, or is the radio attached on the bottom side of the cover?
There's actually no cover on these radios. It's one solid piece of machined aluminum, and they set the board inside the piece of machined aluminum. The whole entire radio is just a big ass block of aluminum.
Damn for. I will be on the boat tonight, and I will try not to leave my radio keyed up this time when I'm all smashed, but I'm not going to make any promises.
Oh, we know for a fact you're gonna do it on purpose, especially when peanut butter comes out.
What's funny, I got these neighbors that are Peruvian, and they're just wonderful people. And we bring stuff to each other. It's a constant game that we play. And the son yesterday, they come over, and he handed me a brand new big old jar of Jiffy.
Hey, Pat, when you say you're going to the island, are you going to Disappearing Island, Sebastian?
Ooh, I'm going to Oak Hill, Mosquito Lagoon, Party Central.
Well, if you look at that circle I had the other day with the other radio, I should go all the way out to the Space Center. So take a radio with you just for shits and giggles.
Yeah, I was thinking about putting a Yagi on the boat. I'm gonna figure this out. You know, either that or I'm gonna have me a mobile friggin' beacon.
Well, depending on what time the UPS man gets here, um, I might have everything for you if you swing by on your way out. Um, I have 25 feet of coax, and I have the adapter to go from the SO239 to SMA for the top of your radio. So you might be able to take one out on the boat.
Right on. I got a little VHF antenna that I might put on it, but the marine band antennas I can get those in. That'll do 400 to 480.
Oh, that's not a bad idea. Man, the more I look at this Latte Panda 3, this thing is fucking sick.
Yeah, dude. They're they're finally getting fast now. I think Christmas time I'm going to sell the SMBs, the Windows versions of them are, you know, if you're just browsing the web and checking email, you know, things couple $100 out the door. I mean, you know, $300 or whatever.
Yeah, this thing's awesome. And just like the Raspberry, got the little casings for them so you can make them a tablet. And the newest one here, the 3 Delta, it'll run Windows 11, the full version.
Yeah, there's another company. I'll have to look on YouTube. It came out last week. Another SMB, and it's got a fan on it. If you search for new SMBs on YouTube, you'll see it. It comes with a fan kit on it. That thing's amazing. It's got everything. It's ready to roll.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this Panda 3 Delta because it's got a big ass, like squirrel cage style fan on it. And it's got all kinds of shit. It's got a Celeron N5105. I mean, just this thing, it's got a dual core 3 gigahertz. Like, this thing's sick.
Yeah, man. And that should run Linux. Should run anything will run Debian. Anything you could use a 2003 computer and make it work. So I don't know why I can't make it work. I'm gonna make that a mission. And then I'm gonna make a bunch of them. Whatever I will just copy whatever. I got an idea on a computer I can get cheap. So make, we get some new guy or something and we'll just give him the damn thing just to get it fired up and get him on the network.
The image is actually on the GMRS Live website. If you go to gmrslive.com, and I forgot which one you got to click on, but you can download the image right there and put it on an SD card. But you're welcome to use any of those 3 laptops that you've got over there. If the one won't come back to life, the HP, but the other 2, you are welcome to.
Yeah, I got tons of computers, man. I mean, really. I could give computers away for a month and not even, you know what I mean? Stuff that some of it'll have to be fixed, but that's just drive issues and things. But, if we could get this to work to where we had a good image and we could just put it on whatever, that would be the way to do it. And the computers, like I said, I told you guys, if you need anything, I got a shop full of shit. So
you only need 2 different images, either one for the Pi or one for a regular computer, and I got both. And if something needs to be fixed on the image, then we can fix it.
Pat, that's the man with the plan right there. That's Mr. GMRS Live.
they do it, sir. Well, yeah, I need to get a hold of those images and make this happen. I've got plenty of equipment. Like I said, if I can get that image to work on something and get a new guy that needs, you know, something turnkey, they can just come get it, or we'll ship it to them or whatever.
Uh, Tony, you might want to ask him about that idea that you had about the sound card.
And that was another thing, you know, how you guys are doing this with a USB sound card. There's a lot of lag between that card and the interface. And if you used a regular desktop PC with a PCI Express sound card in it, it would probably be a lot better. We use a lot of sound stuff for our band, and we've tried everything for portable stuff, and USB sound cards are just terrible.
Well, he has an idea for a sound card specifically for this, uh, but it's all in his head. Uh, he needs someone to design the PCB. I guess it is.
Yeah, you can call them boys up in China on the phone and send them a schematic, and they'll print that joker out. You have it in like a month.
I think that's what he needs, the schematic.
What? Yeah, I'll need to get with him and find out what exactly he's thinking he needs. Because, I mean, a Sound Blaster Audigy card, man, that thing will do amazing stuff.
Damn, they still make those things? I remember whenever you told somebody years ago, it's like, so what kind of computer you got? Oh yeah, it's a 486, this and that, have Sound Blaster. It's like, oh yeah, which one? What was it? The Ultra or whatever? Like, oh man, that was so good. Now your freaking phone does better than a freaking sound card ever did.
And a lot of them now, like all the PCI Express stuff that I use in the big game builds, if somebody doesn't want a standard Realtek chipset, we put some of these. There's a lot of cards that we use for recording music that are even faster. Twice as fast, 3 times as fast.
Yeah, I want to put something different. I got a little toy. I think it's just an arm or something. Run that Windows 10 in there, and it's just having problems. I'm not happy. I gave my grandson my i3, the Dell Core i3, and then he used it for a few years or whatever. Now he built himself a game system, or somebody gave him one or whatever, and he took the hard drive out of the i3. And I'm thinking about bringing it over here and putting a virtual machine on it, and then run Windows and Linux on the machine at the same time to make my Zello node. It'd be a pain in the butt because you got to port forward the USB and everything. But I guess you don't call it port forwarding, but you got to make the USB available to the virtual machine, even if it reboots, if it set itself back up. I just got to do it all. If my grandson still has it, if he didn't trash it or give it away or going to use it, but I think the i3 will do good. I'll put Windows 7 on it or something. But yeah, I mean, the faster the machine, it hardly does anything really. The computer doesn't do that much. And hopefully before long there's gonna be, I can't let the cat out of the bag, but a new kind of node coming. We're working on something.
Well, dude, if you need a computer, load up in the car, come down to the shop, and I'll hook you up with something that's, empty drive, ready to roll. That way you don't have to, I got tons of shit. So feel free.
Might take you up on that. Yeah, I want something kind of small. I got so much stuff running around here. I got 3 or 4 refrigerators, freezer, 2 refrigerators, computers, TVs, monitors, nodes. I got stuff running all over here, and I got to watch how big of stuff I put in, because my electric bill's high enough. I'm looking for something that's stable, that it could just sit there and truck away without any problems. Like I say, right now I have one of them. What's them? I don't know what you'd even call it, but it's just a little square box. It's got a computer, and I'm sure it's just got an ARM chip in it. It's got a little SSD in it, and that's it. No fan, no nothing. I mean, it's the size of 2 deck of cards sitting side by side. That's what I'm using right now, and it's cute and everything. And it'd be good for putting on your TV as a media center or something. But I don't think that thing's up to par to run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
No, they're not. I'll tell you what, I got the perfect thing. I got a Dell XPS. I think it's an i5 6-core laptop. That's probably what you should take, because that little it's aluminum case. It stays cool, and you can beat the shit out of it, and it isn't going to break.
Yeah, and then you could just close the case, and if anything happens to it, you could open it up. Because right now, the one I have, it's hooked up to my big monitor here, HDMI, but then I got to have a keyboard. So I got to go in and plug a keyboard and a mouse into it, and the thing's so little. Like I say, I need to research on a VM. What's the name of the VM? I can't think of the name of the company now. But anyway, about how it would need to reconnect 2 USBs, and it has to do it in the right order, the right one, go to the right one, and I've never really messed with VMs enough to know how to set up so when the power comes on, it would set the USBs back up. You don't have to do it manually. I mean, I have a NAS drive with I don't know if it's a 5 or 7, I think it's i7 NAS drive, and I could put it on a VM in there, but then I'd have to do a VM for Windows too. I just don't want to do all that.
Yeah, more shit to break. I'll fire that laptop up when I get to the shop this morning. I think it needs a hard drive, if I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And but what's cool about it, you can set the lid. You can go in the properties of Windows and set that lid not to turn the machine off or put it to sleep when you close the lid. And hell, you can leave it there, and it's doesn't suck any power. So plug a keyboard and a mouse into it, or a matter of fact, I even have one of those. I've got a keyboard combo that.
We were actually just talking about waiting for you to get on so that you could answer his questions. By the way, you sound absolutely amazing over the radio that you vicariously set up for me.
You guys had keyed on each other, and I heard Sean on the radio, so I went back and played Pat back on the Yellow. So now I heard what both of you said. Sean, don't worry about it, buddy. That's what I do. That's what we're supposed to do. That's what friends do. So don't worry about it. I'm just glad it's working for you. And you get the other toys together, maybe you do something else, but now you know how to do it. And Pat, yeah, you know what? That's one thing I like about a server. I've never done it. I should build me a rack and get me rack servers. I think it is so cool that they got the rack server and everything, and they got to do some work on it. And they walk over, and one of the racks is a tray, and they pull the keyboard out and monitor just like a laptop would. And they flip it up and type on the keyboard, and when they're done, they flip and it slides back in. Or I think they should make, they probably do a monitor that is rack mountable. So it's just mounted in with the rack. I guess you could do it on your own and that too. But then again, I really don't have the room to put a rack up, but I should do it. I mean, I have 2 or 3 tablets laying here I never use. I'm thinking about putting them on the wall by my bench here where I work, my bar here, and put the CLIs for all the asterisk stuff that's running, so I can watch and see what's going on in the network at a moment's notice without having to. I'm trying to make things so I don't have to go to the computer to see something. I don't have to open a program and open this and open that to just take a quick look at something. But yeah, anything I could do to make things easier on me nowadays, I'm all for it.
Well, when you get a minute or whatever, we'll get together and I'll start digging some stuff out. I'll put that laptop aside and that keyboard and stuff for sure. And then you can put whatever distro on it you want. But I've got so much stuff, you guys would not believe the stuff that I have at my shop. You just wouldn't believe it.
Oh, yeah, I believe it. I used to have a little computer repair center, and I mean, I'm not that good at it. Years and years and years ago, I used to build stuff and all that, but, oh, shoot, that was, I don't even know, back in the 90s or something, and I just haven't kept up with it. I don't know one thing from another anymore. It all runs together in my head, PCI this and PCI that, and IFA, and it just all runs together in my head now. I can't remember it. I just go buy a computer and use it. I don't get inside of them no more. And you know, you were saying about the drive. I bought me a couple little SSDs, and I put it on Camel to watch for some SSDs. I don't remember who it's from, and I just got an email that they dropped in price on Amazon. So I thought about buying me a couple more. I just buy little 240 gigabyte ones or something like that, just enough to get the operating system on and a little bit of storage, and then I just attach them to my NAS drive and use the big drives in my NAS drive to store everything.
Yeah, 10.4. Yeah, we're using M.2s now. We don't even use SSDs anymore, pretty much. If the machine, all new laptops, I should say, have the M.2 slot, but I think maybe even that Dell that I'm talking about has an M.2, and I have one of those laying around, so I'll stick that in it. And that way there's no heat. A mechanical drive creates too much heat, and they're slow, and they make a lot of noise, and they just suck. So, you know, if you can get something that doesn't require that heat, and it's sitting there running, is going to not be a big deal.
Yeah, that's what I want. I got a big Dell here, and I run it all the time, and I don't know why. I could do something smaller than this big Dell, because I don't do anything with it except for web pages and Quicken, you know, and WinSCP to get into my Linux machines. But I got that big, huge. But I put a SSD in it, and it went from taking 35, 40 seconds to boot up. It boots up in 6 seconds, but now it's starting to slow down again. I need to take some garbage off of it probably. But yeah, the SSD works really nice in it. Need to back it up. But yeah, I'm trying to downsize. Quit having such big stuff sitting around here. So I don't even know where you're at. Are you over there by the monkey kids over there, the goofy guys, or yeah, I guess you're over there by Sean somewhere, right?
Yeah, 10-4. I'm in St. Cloud, downtown St. Cloud, Area 51.
Okay, yeah, I think I know where that's at over there. I used to run over. I told Sean I used to run over there by you guys somewhere. I used to run 417 down around the bottom and get off there on OBT and on the side roads, or I'd go to the next one just past OBT and get off. Or no, I used to get off OBT, off of 417. I got off OBT, went south to the first traffic light, turned left, went down there to a couple, 3 miles where that Wawa is, and made a left up underneath of 417 and went up by the Caterpillar dealer over there. There's a place next
Welcome
door
to the
that
Lone
makes
Wolf
plastic
Systems
bottles.
LL Gateway,
I used to
powered
go
by
in there and load out of there all the
GMRS.
time. So I kind of know the area a little bit.
Yeah, right on. But yeah, man, whatever you need, bro, just tell me, make a list or whatever. I mean, I got everything, really. And this Linux thing, I mean, hell, we can figure that out in a weekend or a day. I can get through some stuff pretty quick if I just sit down and do it. Didn't really have any motivation to do anything, but you guys got me all fired up about this GMRS stuff. So definitely need a node here for sure.
Well, I could set you up with the node stuff. That ain't a problem. I know how to do all that. And I have been in on getting node numbers, so. Yeah, like I say, when you do a Raspberry Pi on the SD card is the hard drive per se. So, to do the image for Pis is easy because I just load the SD card up with the image, and then I go and I edit that image to how I want it, and then I take that image back off and make an image file, So when somebody wants it, Sean or whatever, and he wants to put it on his drive, he just burns that image, and everything I've done is on there. The operating system's on there, everything's on there because the image has all that in it exactly how it's supposed to be. And then what he goes and does with it is his own business. But when you do it through All-Star or whatever, and you're doing it on a computer that actually has a hard drive, and you got to do it from the image to the USB or CD-ROM, and then the image from the CD-ROM's got to go and actually partition the drive, and, that's not that hard, but I don't know how they have it go and partition the drive and where they store the information at on the image, the files. If I could get in there and just change the files on the image, that'd be great, but I cannot find them. As soon as I get done with all these stinking nodes and Zello and all that I'm doing right now, I might look at that image again and drill down through it and see where it is. But I think they have just like a big zip file somewhere, and then they just write them files out, create the files. I'm not sure. And then, but the question is too, is if I edit it, can I put it back in their image? Can I edit it right on their image? I don't know. So that's something I got to figure all out. Did that make sense?
Yeah, totally. Yes. To answer your question, you could edit that image in real time. Now, here's my only thing about the Pi and all that. Running a boot drive off a USB is an absolutely terrible idea as far as its speed because there's so much lag in it. Now, some of these new SMB machines like the Raspberry Pi are now coming with M.2 slots on them. There's also adapters for Raspberry Pi for M.2 drives, because when you're using a COM port and a boot drive off of the USB controller, I mean, it's slow as shit. It's designed for a mouse. It's not designed to move data.
Yeah, but you don't do a USB on a Pi. The Pi, you're using the SD card. That's the only choice you have in a Pi 3. Pi 4s now, you could run them off of different things. You could run it off of an actual hard drive on a USB. You can do different things on USB, like you say, if they got the M.2, you could do that. The Pi 4s could do all that, but the Pi 3 could run off a SD card only. Once you have the SD card up and running, then you could access, you could mount a USB or something, use it for data or what have you. The way Asterisk is written and RPT on Asterisk, which is the radio side of it, once it's loaded into memory, it doesn't access the SD card at all. If you tell it to save an audio file or a recording, or if it's got to go on the disk to get an audio file or something to play, it accesses the drive or to write its log files. But if you don't play no audio and you turn the log filing off and stuff, it all runs in memory. It doesn't do any accessing of the drives at all. When I said the USB, I'm just talking about to get the image. Somebody downloads the image off the internet, and an actual Linux machine, they got to put it on USB to get it to go over and format the hard drive and everything. Then you don't need the USB anymore. Everything runs internal.
Yeah, it's M4. I meant SD card. I'm sorry. Yeah, SD cards are slow, really slow. I mean, you can get a class 10 card and get a little more out of them, but they're just terrible. But if we could find a solution that uses, M.2, because it plugs right into the CPU bus, you're not going to have that lag, and then correct the sound card issue, I think would be a lot better too, because those USB sound cards are horribly slow as well.
All right. You tell me what, I don't know how to word it, spec out or whatever. I'm not going to hold you to it, but right now off the top of your head, what computer is there that would run Linux? You wouldn't need much memory in it, like an M2 or anything like that, and that you could boot Linux to it. That would be under $200. I mean, right now people can't get Pis because they're so expensive. People that have them know they got gold, so they want $5,000 for the Pis. They think that they're worth so much. So it's hard to find Pis, and the only reason people were using Pis is because they were cheap, $35, and they didn't hardly take any electricity. They just run on that little 5-volt wall wart, so it's not taking any power in their house. But I don't think people really care that much about power as much as they do cost. So what is available? A small computer that has a USB port and will run Linux, and it's not really expensive. I mean, like I said, even if you only had what do you do, 8 gigabytes? It depends on what it takes to fire up a Linux. I don't even know how much room it uses. But if you only had 20 gigabytes, that would probably be enough. I'm sure they don't make M2s that small. You want small form factor, you want an M2, and you want a good price.
Well, it can be done. There's some small SMB machines that we use for emulators that are Windows, Linux compatible. Do have, I think I want to set a CPU. They're like $100, and it comes in a little case. It's a little bit bigger than I don't know, it would be, like the size of a router, maybe a little smaller, maybe. And those are available. They run Linux. They have, M.2s, regular. They use laptop memory, of course. They're not using desktop memory. But on the desktop side, there's probably some options too. I could build one probably pretty cheap with a Intel Pentium chip, a 4 gigahertz Pentium chip. You don't need that much RAM, so 8 gigs would be plenty. But yeah, I'm going to make that a mission. I'm going to figure this out so we can make it so it's affordable, and it's the trick is to make it cookie cutter, so we don't have to do a lot of thinking.
Oh yeah, and that would be easy. When you say SMB, what's that short?
Single board computer. They've been around like a Raspberry Pi. I mean, you look at the Pandas. There's a lot of other companies now that are making these. They're not proprietary. They're micro mini ATX machines. They're not really SMBs. They're computers, but they're on the smallest form factor you can get. And normally they come with an Intel Pentium chip or a Celeron. They have a graphics chipset and a sound card and USB 3 and M.2, and they're cheap because we're not launching rockets here. We just don't want the interfaces to be slow. That's where all this lag comes from. That's where all the loss comes from. It's that, that COM port communication is terrible. So if we can eliminate some of those factors, I think it would be a whole lot easier. Make it, easy for somebody to set up that we can just dump an image to it and be done.
I got one of those at home. I bought it because it was on sale, and it's
No, I just looked one up. I found mini dash box. I gotta figure out what these things are. Well, I've seen these before, but I mean the software side of it ain't a problem. The lag comes in people's internet. It's plain and simple. These things, when they're talking one node to another, they're using next to nothing. I don't even remember what it is that bits per second of audio or whatever. Like I was telling Alex yesterday, it isn't the data transfer that the problem for the computers are. The pies were too small. It's because the pies have to convert everything. They got to wash everything to codecs and everything else. And so that's what takes it up. That's where you would be better off having one of these little computers. And I could even probably get, if there's room in a case for it, I could even probably get a board made. I mean, can you imagine one of these little universal, here it is, universal mini ITX enclosure. Put one of these inside of it and it'd have a little antenna sticking out of the top of it. You'd be good to go.
Yeah, man. What's nice about them is that they're not, you're running a multi-core CPU and not an ARM chip. Those are great for it. We used Raspberry Pis for CODA and emulators. They're not much good for anything else. These now the new Pandas and stuff that are out, that's the different story. They're getting a little faster, but if we could get away from if we could get away from those processors and get Intel chips, multi-core chips, problem solved.
Well, like I say, there's something going on that I can't talk about yet, or I can't. But anyway, I think figuring out these little computers is the thing. Yeah, here's a HP Elite Desk 800 G2 Mini Business Desktop PC Intel Quad Core i3, $139. I need to get me a couple of these and experiment. But I don't want something that's going to be garbage. I don't want something, maybe when I find it, this one here, B-Link, I have one of them. I think that's what's running my Windows 10 right now. But, and here I got another one of these too, and I don't even know what it's called. I see a picture of it, but, the B-Link T4 Pro Mini is what I have. And I'm not happy with it at all. I would rather have something with a true Intel, like you say, an i3 or even something smaller, Pentium 3 or something, because it don't take much to run that node at all.
Yeah, you got to have a real processor. I mean, at least a Pentium, a Celeron has no cache. I mean, it's just barely enough to run stuff. Once you get out of those and get into the i-series chips, life's going to get a whole lot better.
All right, spec that out when you get a minute, when you think about it or whatever. I mean, the lowest I is like an i3, but I mean, I think that, like I say, I've been out of this for so long. a little mini computer that you think would be capable of being 24/7 with an i3 and as little memory as possible, whatever Linux would take, and as little hard drive as possible, the M2 or whatever. Probably a little bit more memory would be a good idea, so that you don't want to tax it. But that way you could put 2 or 3 nodes on one. Right now you could put 3, 4 is pushing it, I think. But if you put 3 nodes with sound cards on something, then on the Pi it could keep up with it. But if you did one of my 3s, you could probably put 6 or 7 or 8 on there. But you need that many USB ports too, because you really don't want to go through a USB hub. But I'm looking at getting some radios that they're standalone radios that plug directly into the USB. You don't need sound cards. You don't need nothing. It just needs
Welcome to the
radio
Lone
alone.
Wolf
So
Systems
you'd be able to
LO
take one
Gateway,
computer,
powered by
plug one of
GMRS
these
Live.
radios into the USB port, and you'd be in the air.
Yeah, and the cool thing about it, you were talking about mounting the antenna and have some extra room in there. If we could get, these Pentium Gold series CPUs are the lowest price. They run about, I've seen them on sale for $50, and they're a 4-core or 3.6 core dual core Pentium Gold chip, and I've used a bunch of them for emulators and home theater systems, and they were great, and they don't get hot. So you could get it in that micro ATX form factor very easily. Motherboard's probably going to run $60, and those boxes are cheap, probably $40-50 for a box with a power supply. So you're right. You're right at Raspberry Pi money.
So this is what you do for a living, right?
Unfortunately, yeah. Thanks to my father, Mr. Cloak and Dagger.
Well, I'll just have you build me one, and then I'll play with it.
Yeah, I'll figure it out today. I got lots of time today, so I'll do some looking. I know some guys. I think they're in Texas, and they sell them pre-made to your spec, but they're all uniform. They're all the same, But I mean, we can build them too. So it is, what they're doing and what we can do is pretty much the same. We're just going to have to experiment and find one. Anything will run Debian pretty much, so I'm not worried about that. We need to be an 11th gen at least processor, because we're in the 12th gen right now, and I don't believe they have any 12th gen Pentium Golds. I'm going to look though.
Yeah, but I mean, don't worry too much about that Pentium Gold as long as it'll hold up. Oh, Pentium, you said, not I. Pentium, okay. But Pentiums are pretty good, aren't they? They're just in a different class, but I mean, they're as powerful as I's, aren't they?
Well, they're all the same chips. All the chips are the same. All of them. The Pentiums, the i5s, i3s, they're all the same chip. It's just what they turn on and turn off in them. Back a few years ago, it's been quite a bit, we used to be able to take a Pentium Gold and hack it with software, Intel software, and open up all the cores on it. Those were cool. They ran pretty hot, that we burned a lot of them up, but that's all you need though. I mean, you don't need, you need probably 3-4 gigahertz, man, and you are golden.
Well, whatever we find, as long as it's faster than a Raspberry Pi, I think it'll be fine, especially a Pi 4. I mean, I would like something that was spec'd out at least twice as fast as a Pi 4. People say, oh, it'll run it, but then you're just overworking it. You're getting all the heat. It's tearing the machine up and everything, I'd like to get something that would run only like at 30 or 40% of its processing power, and then you won't have all that packet loss. You won't have problems. You won't have delays. You won't have any of that. Of course, the one I want to make in here for the Pi is going to have to run 2 operating systems at a time. It's going to have to run Linux, and it's going to have to run Windows, and it's going to have to run a VM with Linux on it. So I would need to spec it out a little bit bigger, but that's why I'm looking right now. I'll buy one of these. Maybe this HP Elite, I don't like HP, but desktop PC with quad core i3 in it for $139. I mean, that's kind of hard to beat.
Well, I'm looking at them right now, and you can get an 11th gen 4 gigahertz dual core Pentium Gold for $53. I mean, you know, and that's straight 4 gigs of power. There's no, you know, Celerons. You can get a 2-core 3.4 gigahertz Celeron for $21 new.
What did you say? I mean, I don't really want a Celeron, I don't think. I mean, I even want to do another one for one of my Plex servers. I mean, I know USB is not fast, but I'd like to take a box like that and turn it into a Plex server and put me a big hard drive on, like a 8 terabyte hard drive on it, just for the backup. You know, I could put it in somebody's house, say, hey, here's a TV box for you. Just let me plug it in anywhere, and it'll serve up movies for you. I mean, because then I have backup, you know. And so I could do that for a couple $100. That's, I mean, this one right here would do it fine. I might even buy this one. G2 Mini Business, PC Intel Quad Core i3, 32 gig, up to 3.2 gig, 16 gig DDR4, 16 gig DDR4, 256 SSD, VGA. It's got HDMI. It's got everything for $139, and with the stupid little keyboard and mouse.
Yeah, the only problem there is that it's the generation of the chip. The older generation chips are going to be a little power hungry. The new ones, anything Gen 11 or 12, the power drops way down.
Is that what the G2 means, Generation 2? Yeah, it says it's got Windows 10 on it, and it says it will not support Windows 11. But I don't want Windows 11.
Yeah, that's old stuff. That's an old machine.
But if it's running Windows 10 and it's even close to being nice, or if you put Linux on it, it's going to haul butt. WRW556.
Anything's better than Raspberry Pi. I mean, really, computer-wise. But yeah, I'm going to figure this out. I'm looking right now.
All right, if you see anything interesting or shoot me an email. It's support@grmslive.com. Or you can send it to me. Either way it'll come to me. So support@grmslive.com. I don't know how quick I answer those, though, because I got so many of them.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, I'm going to spec a micro PC out and just see. I'll bet you we're close. But what would be cool, you know, we could use the same stuff over and over, same case over and over. I'll do the build sheet on Amazon, and you can put that as a link, and then go there and click that and buy that, download the image, done.
All right, yeah, I'd appreciate it. I mean, I could probably build it myself, but I mean, I know you're busy, but I'd pay you to do it even. Not a problem. I'm not even going to mess with my Zello stuff here right now. I would, like I say, let's spec out 2 of them. Well, no, go ahead and spec out the one, but then I'll beef it up to do what I want to do for my Zello. Like I said, to run Windows and stuff, but to run one running Linux and the Node and everything else, if we could do it fairly cheap, we'll learn how to do the image. If not, you know, we'll just do one on the SS. Yeah, that'd be just as easy. I mean, not make it for people to download. Just do one on the M2, get it all set up how we want it, try it. If it works right, then back that drive up. And then every time you get one, all you do is dump it to it. Nothing would change.
Yeah, so I'm saying uniformity is going to be the key or close. The nice thing about Intel processors and their chipsets, they're the universal mantra. They are it. And when it comes to Linux or Windows or whatever, now I'm talking about the newer generation, some of the older generation chips, but the new stuff, 11th and 12th gen stuff, is very flexible. So it should be easy. It should be easy when it comes to the hardware side of it. Software side, not so much, but as long as it's 11th gen and it's an Intel and it has an Intel chipset, it really doesn't matter what computer it is. So should be all right.
All right. Yeah, like I say, email me, support@grmslive.com, what you come up with. I got to get back to these notes, and when my wife beats me up, I'm sure she's going to want to do something today. I got to go to bed at 3 o'clock to go to work tonight. But the emails come right to my phone. And, yeah, I'll do something. I'll buy something from you. And I'll look you up. I ain't got no problem driving over there. That ain't that far. I'm over here below Tampa on I-75. But, yeah, we'll do it. And I didn't mean to hold these guys' channel up that long. Probably some of them are interested in what we're doing anyway, though.
Yeah, they are.
Time the dump trucker and the old hippie start talking, we learn a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm going to make this happen, gentlemen. We'll make this a mission, and I'll talk to you guys tonight, I'm sure, after a few cocktails.
Hey, when two brilliant minds get together, it's like I knew that you two were going to go at it like that. I just knew it.
It's not. None of this is difficult. What we're doing is elementary shit. It's just we got to get the little bugs worked out and get it uniform. My thing is, for a new guy that's coming into GMRS and wants to have a node at his house and wants to have these things, it would be cool if we had a turnkey solution. Do this, buy this, put this image on that, fire it up, and you're working. That way, we spend a lot of time troubleshooting and support. There's no uniformity to it, but we can do that. That can be done. That's easy.
I really, really like the idea that Tony said that plug the radio into the Pi and turn it on.
Well, them Pi hats, they plug them into the riser, the I/O pin deal or whatever on the Pi. But everything's really on the Pi hat, and they solder two wires from the Pi hat over to the USB port. There's no reason why we couldn't do the same thing inside one of the boxes. If there was room to put that Pi hat in there, and you drill a little hole in the top and stick the antenna out that little hole and mount that somehow in that case, if there's room in that case, and then run the USB over there, and you just have to figure out where they pick up their power at and stuff. I don't think it would be that hard to make one. But yeah, I've been working with Marshall. I talked to him yesterday and stuff, and some things are in the work. But we need to get this side going. This is really exciting. I think we could probably, God, I don't want to say a number, but I mean around 230 or something like that, have a complete turnkey system that have the computer, the radio, everything. All you'd have to do is plug it in the network, and you wouldn't be using a Pi. You'd be using a real computer, so it'd be that much stronger And Linux is a whole lot easier to use, like Debian or whatever, than it is to use this ARM stuff and everything. It'd be so much stronger. You could do so much more with it.
Yeah, you figure at, at a full bus speed, on a Gen 11 CPU, even a Gold, even just a standard Pentium Gold 4 gigahertz dual core, dude, that's a lot of power. I can launch rockets with that thing. So versus a Pi, which is an ARM chip, low voltage, 5 volts. These are 85-watt chips. Some of these have come down. We used to have, 90-watt chips. So the voltage is coming down on the chips. The 11th gen, I think, are 85 watts for the Pentium Golds. So the thing ain't gonna, it's not gonna, you're not running video games. You're crunching data and compressing audio. It doesn't take a lot to make that work very well.
The only problem with the Pi hat, and by the way, the only two things that you solder, it's a ground and power to it, negative and positive. That's the only thing that you do to it. But the only thing that I don't like about it is the lack of power. You can only put a rubber ducky and that's about it. So you can't connect it to an external antenna like you can a node because this thing has no power whatsoever. It's like what, 200 milliamps or 600 milliamps, I think is the highest it goes.
And you're going to be using a regular PC power supply. You can run a lot off of these power supplies.
No, I mean the power. I don't know how to explain it. It's like the thing is with the power that it's using is like you can't. It's like it can only use a rubber duck, because oh God, I know that Sean definitely knows what I'm trying to say. So I'm gonna shut up and Sean, answer it for me. Okay, I guess it wasn't there. um, the transmitting power of the freaking Pi hat, it's only like 200 milliamps or whatever, or 600 milliamps. So you can't even put an external antenna on it because with the loss of the cable and everything else, pretty much nothing comes out of the antenna. So you won't be able to use an external antenna.
I'm using an external antenna, and it's attached to the amplifier, but it's working, and it's working in what, a couple of miles around.
Why did key up? For some reason, Zello didn't hear it. What I said is you can hook an antenna to an external antenna. Your 420 dB, 420 dipole, your comm spec that you have up on top of your house, you can plug that right in that Pi, and you'll get all kinds of range out of it. You get a couple miles out of it easy. I mean, it's the height that does it. It's the type of antenna that does it. You could put any antenna you want on that Pi. The one that comes with it is to make it small and cute, and you can sit on the shelf and nobody will see it, and it'll work around your house, and that's all the part of its design. Chris on Bayou, he put a 6-inch Smiley on his, and he gets a couple, 3 blocks from sitting inside of his house with that little antenna. It's the exact same radio on a Sherry, and they got it turned on half power. And I sent one to a friend up there in Indiana, and he got 2 blocks from his house and talked back to that little short antenna. But if you was to plug an adapter on it, it's no different than a portable walkie-talkie, putting it in your car and putting an antenna on the roof of your car and plugging it in the walkie-talkie. How does that differ, you know? So, yeah, you try that, Alex. Take your Pi hat or whatever you have as a node, a little node with a little antenna, put an adapter on it, plug in that antenna on your roof, and see how far you can get away.
That's the thing. I asked the guy that made it and for an external antenna, and he was the one that told me that it was not a good idea because of how of the wattage that the Pi had was putting out. He was like, it's not enough power for an external antenna. That was his on his IO group. Uh, is that the guy that you were talking to, or that you talked to? He's like, he's the one that told me that it couldn't be done.
Are you talking that hotspot radio? Yeah, that would be Marshall. I'll ask him. I talked to him yesterday. I'll text him or email him and ask him if he said that and why. Maybe he's the one that told you, because I've seen that on groups, people saying, oh, you can't hook it, that antenna's too big to handle it. Well, it ain't. Your only problem would be is if you had a long run of coax that it would eat up, you know, you're only going a half a watt, that it would eat up 3/4 of a half a watt going up there. You know, that would be your only issue. But, like, if you had a node, one of them little Pi hats in your car, and you put a magnet mount antenna on top of your car and plug that Pi hat, oh, yeah, I mean, you triple, easy triple your range on there. Because you're getting it out of the car, you're getting an external antenna. But like I say, that would be no different than if you hook your antenna up to a HT. I mean, how's there any difference? It's just lower power. And like my buddy Ramon there said, put an amp behind it. Get you one of them little amps and plug the Pi hat into that amp, and then the amp into your antenna, and you're going to get a long range. You're just defeating the purpose of the Pi hat. You're defeating it because the idea behind that is a simple little box the size of a deck of cards that you could have in a briefcase somewhere, go to somebody's house or go to work or whatever, set it down on your desk, your apartment or your office or whatever, and then when you want to leave, you pick it up, you drop it in your briefcase, and you take it home. When you get home, you plug it in, you know. That's what you're defeating. Once you start hooking it to an antenna on the roof and all this other stuff and everything, well, why not just go with a regular node?
Okay, I understand. You know, I understand what it was made for and everything else. Uh, it just would have been nice if it had a little bit more power to actually do something like that. And like you said, you know, cover a little bit more area. It was like right now, if I'm in my backyard, uh, my Pi hat is in the kitchen, and if I get to my backyard, it's like there's a lot of snow on everything, you know, on transmitting and receiving. There's a lot of snow. Um, Even with I don't have the rubber duck. It's like I have an Ngoya antenna on it, and still, it's like, you know, probably I want to say that I can probably get away with in front of the house. It's probably about a quarter of a mile, more or less.
We just need to eliminate the Pi out of the equation when it comes to the nodes, and that'll solve a lot.
Yes and no. The radio on them that he's talking about is the size of a stick of gum, or a half. If you took a stick of gum and you cut it in half and then put one piece on top of the other, that's the size of the radio. So as long as you got power to it, it's going to work. You know, that could do it too. If you don't have a very good power supply, then it's trying to run the Pi and the little radio. So yeah, a real computer would make a big difference on your voltage on your USB port.
But them radios, they cut them back. There's a switch on there to turn it high power to low power, and low power is a quarter watt or something like that. It's not very much at all. But yeah, changing the antenna makes a difference. Changing your power supply would make a difference so that you get more power out the USB. Sherry's plug into two USBs so they get the power from both of them so they're not limited. But yeah, putting it on a real computer would make a difference power-wise. But some little radios are only designed to go short range. They're little walkie-talkie radios to put in to build your own walkie-talkies and stuff. And yeah, I think we need to build a bigger one. People would be happier. Alex, if you said something, I didn't hear you. WRAW556.
Good morning. Hi. WROR 906.
Hi.
Morning, dude.
Wait, I heard my name.
Before or after the bad language?
Oh, the bad language was going the whole time. Bad language? Somebody say broadnet?
Oh,
Hey, kid, watch out. Watch out.
Timmy!
damn. I guess I made 3 enemies in here. Ross, Timmy, and the Broadnet.
Oh, keep trying. You'll catch up to me.
Who else did you piss off?
You want the whole list or just few?
No, just me. I got a big target on my back. Everybody thinks that I'm out to get them. And I'm not kidding. Ask Tony. I was explaining it to him yesterday. People just think I'm out there to eavesdrop and fight with them and argue and listen in on what they're saying.
This is secret conversations.
They want a secret conversation. They're in the wrong place. Make a freaking phone call. And still, that doesn't mean that that's completely secure. Yeah, but I heard a conversation one time like that about you eavesdropping on people's nose or whatever. That oh yeah, he must have he definitely has a back door that he can get in without even signing in into the node and this and that and blah 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 and just listen to whatever's going on. And I'm over here. I'm like, really? It's like you have something that interesting for anybody to stop at that channel to listen to. It just made no sense. And still, even if you did, it's like, what the hell? You made the system. It's like, uh, if you wanted to, it's like, I'm pretty sure you could, but why would you? It's like, it's not like there's that many interesting people out there or whatever.
Speak for yourself. I'm pretty interesting.
When you're drunk dealing with peanut butter,
And I'm the professional, creepy old guy that is hearing all the time.
No way for me or anybody else to get in and listen unless, I mean, yeah, you could, if you had an IAX, like you had an IAX and I'd say, hey, let me have access to your IAX, and I'd sneak in that way or something like that, you'd let me do it. But I mean, I couldn't even write it in the image. I mean, I could write it in the image and IAX that I had an IAX to everybody, like a DV switch or something, but 80% of the people would see it, and then all it would take is one person to see it and say, hey, look at the image, he's got a back door, But we don't lock the image. We don't put a password on anything. You can go in there and look at everything I've done. If you want to, I was going to say, if you want to know what I've done, I'd go tell you, but I kind of don't want to give, we have people out there that copy what I do and then make it like their own. And I don't like that very much, that I do a lot of work on something and then somebody else does it the exact same way, and then it's like, look what I did. Then everybody says, oh, look how good this guy did it. It's better than Jeremy's Live, and it's the exact same thing.
believe me, I give you all the credit every time. And like, but then there's sometimes that I have to withheld your you can say your name or who you are, because I don't want them to feel uh, jealous or for saying it that way, because you're helping us doing this, doing that, or like they might need help with something else, but they had never gotten any help. I'm like, so I just it all depends who I'm talking to. I'll give you all the credit. Others, like, I'll just say like, yeah, somebody did that for us, or they helped us doing this or that, and I won't just throw your name out there, so that way they don't. It's like, wait, he helped you doing that, or he did that for you, or whatever. So normally, it's not all the time that I leave your name out.
No, then that's not necessary. If we do something together and you mention that I was in there too and doing something, I have no problem with that. The network is a registration server. I have a responsibility that my registration server works. And that's the end of it. The nodes we're hosting, we just do it for people, but it's not part. It's like I was telling Tony, it's part of GRMS Live, but it isn't. GRMS Live is the registration server. I give everybody the means to connect. Period. That's where it ends. If I can help you, and you're not being an idiot about it, then I'll help you, you know. But there's in the beginning I had to help people, but there's so many people out there now that know this stuff and know more about it that they can help each other, and it's great. So I'm just a person like you. I'm just playing on the radio like you. I'm just wanting to have a good time like you guys. And so if I choose to come in here with you guys and talk about radios and help you or do something, that's me doing it, not GRMS Live. You send an email to GRMS Live, and if it's something we should do or address, we'll do it. If not, we'll point you in the direction to go. But I'm doing this with you guys as me, not the company. You know, I was kind of out of line yesterday when you was picking up my buddy Ramon, and I was going to toss you off. I should have never threw that in the equation because it's two different entities.
But we definitely owe you a lot. Like, you know, you've helped us out with a lot of this stuff. Is like, you know, you listen to us every problem we have and you try to solve it. I know you're like that you just love the challenge, but still, I just wanted to say thank you anyways. It's like, you know, because we wouldn't be where we are if it wasn't because of you.
Don't make me cry, please.
You know, but just never think that, you know, me and the network is two different things. You know, I got to look out for the network, and I got to watch what I say about other people because I am the network. But at the same time, I'm just like you guys. I just want to have fun. There's me and my wife was telling Tony about it yesterday or whenever we was up there, that people single me out when I'm just trying to talk on the radio and have fun. That watch what you say around him, or share my shut up. He's on the node now. I'm just like you guys. Well, I'm not as goofy as you, but I'm just like you guys. I'm just here to have fun. I mean, when we're talking or whatever, and there's somebody new on there or what have you, don't single me out. That, you know, oh, watch out, he's the boss and he could throw us all off. And no, I don't do it that way. Let's just go as everybody else does and go with the flow. That's all I ask.
I'm not going to deny it. You know, at the beginning when I first met you, I was like, oh shit, you know, yeah, it's Tony, you know, the guy that made it. But after I talked to you a few times and we started just joking around or whatever, it was like, to me, there's no distinction between you and Tone or you and Sean. It's like, you know, you're just another one of the guys. It's like, you know, you're just the guy that, yeah, you made the system and everything else, but I don't feel reserved around here. It's like, you know, I just treat you the same way that I treat Tone or Sean or whatever. It's like, you know, we just throw the shit back and forth. It's like, I have actually been approached by other people saying, it's like, dude, it's like, you know, isn't he the guy that made Jim? It was like, yeah. It was like, and you talk to him like he's just, it was like, he is just another guy. It's like, you know, what's the difference? Just because he made the system, it's like, you know, I can piss him off, and what's the worst that can happen? He's going to throw me out. It's like, he's not going to throw me out. There's two different things here. It's like, you know, it's the person and the system. It's like, you know, I'm dealing with the person, and whenever I need help with the system, he switches and puts that hat on and helps me with the system part. But it's one guy. It's just a guy. He does not walk on water.
Truth be told, we're all just trying to have a hobby so we can get away from our old ladies so they don't have us doing shit. And that's pretty much the real reason. So,
Oh, you're in trouble because Miss Kim is most likely right next to him, listening.
That's all right. Unless she plays the radios too, which she may. You don't meet too many of them, but yeah, the hobbies. That's the cool thing about it, and that's why if I can help, I'm really good with hardware. So if I can help and make this, more uniform and easier, and man, all you guys got to do is call me. I sit in my little hole down there in St. Cloud every day playing with this crap, and you know, if I got something y'all need, all you gotta do is call me. When it comes to computers and hardware and shit, I got tons of it. So feel free. Don't say, hey man, oh, just call me and I'll hook you up.
That's why when you started talking about that, I says like, oh shit. It's like we need to get these two together. That was the first thing that came to mind. I'm like, okay, your interest in doing this. Tony already talked about that before, or something similar. I'm like, these two minds have to meet. They definitely have to go at it because they definitely understand are going to understand each other. They're gonna talk geek to each other, and all of us will be like, huh? What the hell did they just say? Don't try to understand it. They do.
It's just all toys, man. We just like our toys. We like our radio. I grew up on radio, like many of you did. We had CB and we had shortwave receivers. You know, now we have a capability to connect these things and talk to people from around the world. It's not really radio. I mean, when you're connecting stuff over the internet, it's not really radio. Communicating to the nodes radio. So it's like a half and half thing for me. This Zello thing drives me crazy, but I'll have that fixed here soon, and I'll be using a radio from then on. But I think the technology's cool. Like tonight, I'm going to be out there on that island, out in the middle of Mosquito Lagoon, and I have just enough signal to be able to talk. So that's cool too.
Don't forget to try the node while you're out there just to see if you can hear it. And Mr. Cool Whip WRUV 533 would agree with you on the Zello thing. He says it's not real radio.
Old school, I had an antenna, a long piece of wire, 30 feet long, most of my life. My old man was into radio and did all kinds of cool stuff, computers. I was very fortunate to grow up around the greatest minds that are in the game. I was very fortunate. So you guys will hear me bitch about these idiot boxes, but I do like it. I like new projects, and I haven't had anything to challenge me in a while. I'm taking midget porn off people's machines every day. That after a while, after a couple decades of that, it gets old.
Oh, I haven't seen none. Put them on the cloud and send me the link.
Oh yeah, I had a lady. She brought her computer and it was all screwed up and everything and had all that porn and crap all over it, and I took it all off and fixed the computer, and it started running lightning fast, and all of a sudden the next day she calls me up. You call yourself a store and you did this and you did that, and it's just doing the same thing again. It won't even turn on. It takes an hour before I could use it and all this crap. And I said, bring it back to me. No charge. I'll find out what's wrong. And it was doing it again. It was loaded up with porn. And I took all the crap off and I put the logs on it so I could see what was happening. I don't even remember how I did it now, but she took it home and she called me up and she says, I'm bringing that back to you. I want my money back. And my brother took it home and he said it's running slow again. And I said, why don't you come in here? Bring it in. She brought it in and I showed her. I said, yep, as soon as it went home, your brother went to this porn site and he went to this porn site and he went to this porn site and he did this and this and this got installed. I went through the whole list of everything that happened. And she picked it up and went out the door and never seen her again.
I'll tell you what, as long as I've been doing this, and I've been fixing machines since I was 12 years old, and I have seen everything. You would not believe some of the stuff that people have on their computers. It baffles me. Some of them will come out and tell you right away what's on it and say, hey, don't be surprised if you see this or that. But I can't believe some of the stuff that I see.
Oh, I agree. I had this guy bring a computer to me, and the computer was crashed, and he says, I bought a new one. He says, I don't care about this one. He says, I just got 3 pictures and a video on there that I want back. He says, the rest of the computer I could care less. He says, I'll pay you to do it. You can even have the computer. And the guy was kind of goofy, and I got into his computer, and it was him and another guy and a girl and a dog and peanut butter. Let's just say that was enough. One little video
Welcome to the
of
Lone
the girl
Wolf
and the
Systems
dog
LO
and the
Gateway,
peanut butter,
powered by
and a couple
GMRS
pictures
Live.
of him and another guy and that same girl. And I'm like, oh my God. I dumped the video. I charged him twice as much. He said, you can keep the computer. I said, I don't want the computer. Y'all just come get it and get out of here.
Are you sure that that wasn't a video of Pat with the peanut butter thing?
Don't know. I don't know his peanut butter story, but I you know, that was 20 years ago, and that image is still in my head.
Well, I've put 3 pedophiles in jail. I had one, it's been probably 3 years ago. Guy come in, he wanted me to work on his machine, but he didn't want me to look at any of his file. First, he wanted to stand there with me and watch me work on the computer. I told him that wasn't happening. And it didn't take me but about 10 seconds to figure out what was going on after I fired that machine up. You know, people don't understand nowadays, when you have Windows open and you power the machine off, Windows is going to restart all the windows and viewers and programs and everything that you had open. It's going to save that state. So when that shit fired up, I was just, I couldn't even. I'll put it to you this way: when I called the cops and they got there, I didn't look at all the photos. There were so many, but they were so mad. I just never seen. You know, this guy was a storage site for these type of things, and man, I'll tell you, it was terrible. But that bitch got 20 years for having these photos on his machine, and I won't say who it is, but it's somebody you would never believe, type of person that would have it.
Alex, no?
Hey, I like midget porn, but that's about it. Dude, I don't even like a woman that shaves everything down there, because I wanted to look like a freaking little girl. Anyways, you guys remind me of me working at a photo lab. It was exactly the same way. They will bring in, you will have somebody that will bring in 5 different rolls, and then they will keep one in their hand, and they will go like, um, there is this one, and I'm like, let me guess, personal pictures or something like that. And they're like, yeah, vacation, this and that. I was like, okay. It was like, I can develop it, but just so you know, they will not be, the pictures will not be, uh, I wouldn't mess around with the pictures. Like, normal printing, you fix the lighting, the colors, and that kind of stuff. But when they bring you a roll like that, you just develop it, print it, and however it comes out, that's however it comes out. Shit, I still saw the pictures anyways, but never had a pedophile though. I did have a Lake County Police Department come in all the time with crime scene pictures, and those I definitely put a freaking cardboard on top of the printer because I didn't even want to see them.
And when them guys brought in selfies of themselves, did you have to pay for the extra prints you made for yourself?
Nope. The company had they were owned by Kodak, and it was actually in the tunnels of Magic Kingdom. And we had way too much paper, printing paper that actually expired. And the manager told me to throw it out, and I'm like, just because it expired? And she was like, yep, just because it expired. We already took it off the inventory or whatever, as a loss. So, just throw it out. I took like 4 boxes, different sizes or whatever, and I took all of them in. And whenever I was printing my own stuff, I will bring out one of those boxes, print my stuff, and put it back in the on the um, on the black box. Take it out, put it in a plastic bag, put it back in the box, and just keep it aside. So I didn't have to pay for the for printing anything.
I didn't even know printer paper expired. That's crazy.
Well, I'm talking about the paper, photographic paper, the actual, picture paper that they used to use, years ago, when pictures were still being taken and not digital pictures. Remember, they have a layer on top of it that where the image goes that has some kind of a chemicals that react to whatever. So that is what goes. I guess you can say what gets old or whatever. And the only difference is because we did have one box that was really old, and I tried printing stuff with that, and all the pictures would come out whitewashed. Uh, but the ones that I kept, that shit was just months. It had just expired just months before, and I worked there for damn 3 years, and 3 years that I had those boxes back there because I will just everybody of my friends and my own pictures, I will just print them out with that paper. Anything from uh regular size pictures to 8x10s, 5x7s. Shoot, even the poster size.
I'll be damned. I didn't know that.
Yeah, photo lab was actually very interesting. I did a lot of experimenting with pictures, double exposure kind of things, taking two different negatives and putting it in the machine at the same time. I had one that a lady came in and she had these beautiful uh, sunsets, and I took another picture of me and my daughter and used both of the negatives and printed them out, and it came out, sort of like we were standing, next to that freaking sunset. It looked pretty cool. And we were also the official photo printer of the to Walt Disney World. So whenever they did any re where they were fixing or redoing any ride or whatever, we will get all those pictures, to be developed. Especially when they did when they uh I can't remember the word, when they fixed up It's a Small World, they brought in all those pictures of all the little dolls in there. They had all their freaking heads next to a measuring thing with the color palette right next to it and blah blah blah. And We had to print them out, all of them, for them to keep in their archives and blah blah. It was pretty cool. I saw stuff that nobody has seen, prototypes of stuff that they tried, and they will bring it in, and we will just print out the pictures, and you had to be certified by them or given permission by uh, them, to do it. And whenever we did anything for Disney, they will come in, and we had to give them the print, how many prints were at the machine. And once we gave them back, we have to give them that number again, how many prints were made after we started with their stuff. And they will literally count every freaking picture. And if the count was off, they will ask us, like, where's with that one picture? And if it was something that we threw out, we would have to go through the garbage and give it to them.
This is WROS 264 monitoring.
WRTE 516.
WRUV 239. Hey, Alex or Tom, if one of you guys are on, that use radio guide support finally got back to me. They said I need to use something called an LTR software to program the radio.
Hey, Austin, what was that again? What was the name of the software?
They were saying that the software version that I sent them wouldn't work for that radio, that I need to use a LTR software. And they said just do like a quick Google search for a CDM LTR software and that should fix it. But I guess whatever I was using, that's why that error's coming up where it's saying that the or features weren't supported. That's what that error means.
They are full of it because I have two 1550s. Sean has one. I think Tone has another one. And we all program our radios with that software. So they're just full of it.
Well, they were saying that their main, I guess, support guy is out on vacation until Monday. So they would try and find the software and on Monday send me a link to download it. But if I need it this weekend just to do a Google search for it, but I don't know.
You better wait for the main guy to get back.
If they're going to send you the software, let them send you the software. It might be better than the one we have. But ours is the latest that you can do wideband with.
Yep, get the software first, then that is just BS, man. But yeah, because I'd never heard that software before.
Yeah, and they said it wasn't the Motorola software because they said it's a LTR software, and they just said Google like CDM 1550 LTR software, and it wouldn't be made by Motorola. But he couldn't give me a name of it either.
If he couldn't give you a name, he don't know shit.
It's a Motorola radio, but it doesn't take Motorola software. I never heard of that.
That's the main problem with Motorola. Unless you have the freaking Motorola software, you cannot program it.
Your software we have.
Hey, we could load up and ride up there and beat their ass.
Road trip, Colorado.
All I want is just a working radio.
Sometimes you just got to persuade people to help you. And we're old school, so, you know, parking lot intimidation works very well.
Well, while you guys are beating their ass, I'll be loading all the 100-watt MCS 2000s up in the back of the truck.
Not the way these cops are these days. They shoot first, ask questions later.
And if you're gonna get shot by taking some freaking Motorola Quantars or at least some Kenwood repeaters. Why go for freaking radio, mobile radio? Quantars are 110 watts.
I wouldn't get shot. I would get asked why the Puerto Ricans are stealing radios.
They don't steal radios anymore. They steal the whole entire car.
That's worse, OMG.
Stealing radios because they shoot first questions later.
Okay, we're officially plotting crimes. That is conspiracy, so I'll shut up now.
Okay, how do I get back into the recordings? Oh, okay. Delete, delete, delete. What were we talking about again?
Weather's real nice right now.
Yeah, I heard on the radio that it was. Hey, Tony, are you monitoring?
Kind of scared to answer, but yeah.
Did you booby trap my RPT conf to see if I can find the changes you did?
He might be in the dead zone, but what he's probably going to ask you is if you know anything about CDM 1550 LTR programming.
Tony doesn't know anything about Motorola's. He said it more than once, except for the MCS. No, I said that did you, Tony, take my rpt.conf and make some changes for me to find and fix?
No, I didn't, because if I did something like that, then when you couldn't fix them, you'd be emailing me, and I'd have to go in there and change them back, so I don't have time for that. All right, what's wrong?
One of those, I think it was one of the schedules, you added a number one and a hashtag to it, and I'm like, huh? Uh, I tried it on Clee, but it wouldn't play at all. Uh, Switch it back again, took the one out, the hashtag off, and tried it again in Clee, and it worked again. But I'm getting to that one tonight when I get home. That's what I'm going to be doing this weekend. Uh, Getting to know the damn freaking uh, commands. I I typed help last night on the CLE command, and a list just came through of commands. So it gives me the option to print it out as HTML. So I'm doing that today and checking out all those commands and what they do and everything else.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was she talking to me? I wasn't listening. You know, you're right. I did put a 1 in there. I was testing something because I couldn't get it to work, but that's because it was on 0 duplex, I think. But no, I didn't do it. I copied that stuff up to the server. I was going to activate it all for you, then deactivate it on your Pi, but I never got around to it.
It's okay. I commented it out just in case. because and once I fixed that, I was like, I understood what you were trying to do with it, I think, but I was like, no, it didn't work. So I just put it back again and uncommented so they wouldn't play even if even though that I know that they don't. Uh, but just so when I get home today, I can actually get into it and figure it all out. And no, I'm not asking you for help. I want to learn this.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still working on trying to figure out the best way to do it. Put it in scheduler so you can turn things off. But scheduler don't work as good. I think I would just soon write a script and put all the sounds in the script and then do a scheduler to call the script. Because it's a lot easier to add, remove, and change things to the script.
Yep, I agree. I completely forgot to go into the cron and comment that out the hourly time and the other job that I did in there.
Oh, hang on one second. Ramon, are you in there? Guess he's ignoring me.
Friday's his early day, and he tries to get everything done and get the hell out of Dodge.
Y'all hollering at me? I'm just here watching TikTok.
Yeah, but I would never do anything like that just to purposely try to screw you up. I mean, if it was something like that, I would copy it somewhere else and then say, hey, go through there and see what errors you can find, I wouldn't do it where it screw up your node.
Oh, that wasn't going to screw it. It wasn't working to begin with anyway, so it was like I knew you were testing something and forgot to back out of it. But that's fine. I figure it out pretty quick what it was that you were doing and everything else, so I just put it back again and like I said, I just left it there, put the semicolon in the front or whatever and left it there so that way I can uh, fix it and finally, hopefully, get it to work. Uh, and also the script part, uh, definitely putting a lot of time on that this weekend.
Okay.
Just one question. Uh, the RPT comp file, is that considered a bash file? Is that the language that it's using? Bash?
No, not at all. RPT, all them comp files, all they are is a data file with configuration information. It's an asterisk file. It reads data into the asterisk. So no, it's not a bash at all. That's why a semicolon is what you use to remark things out. because in Bash you use the hash, the pound sign. You use it to remark stuff out. But
Welcome to the LoneWolf
uses the
Systems
pound sign
Gateway,
for telephone
powered by
dialing, because
GMRS
your phone's got a pound sign on it. They changed it to using the semicolon. That's kind of one way you could tell if it's actually a Bash script or if it's a data file, a configuration file. That's why it's named CONF at the end too. It stands for configuration.
Okay. What was I gonna say? No problem. I'll be studying this weekend.
If you want to study anything, you should study. I mean, you're pretty much caught up on the other stuff, and the RPT and all that, it's easy to tell you bits and pieces that you need to do. Start studying up on Bash script. I mean, PHP is good too, but I mean, Bash is a little bit easier. But I would start reading how a Bash script, why it works, how they work, why they work, and all that stuff. I mean, if you're wanting to do more stuff and have fun at it, it's more powerful.
Oh, I found that it is on the RPT conf, the uh that file that you're writing of the connections or whatever. I found that on the, or I think I found it in the RPT conf. Of course, it's commented out, but it's there. All I got to do is just create a folder and whatever. And but like you, I don't want it to create just one big huge file and then just keep growing.
The command to call a script is in the RPT. It calls two scripts. When somebody keys up, when somebody joins your node, it will call whatever script you have defined in the RPT. When somebody exits your node, it will call whatever script you have defined in RPT. Then if you go into the user local SBIN directory, that script is in there, and you can manipulate that script or what have you, and you got to have a directory that they're looking for. But you could change that. You could change that script. You could have it call a different script. You could write your own script that when anybody connects, it'll call one script, and when they disconnect, it'll call another script. So you could have it do multiple things. And when it calls the script, it passes the node number of that it's happening in and what node number joined or left the room. So it's pretty powerful. But yeah, you found the right thing.
Well, I won't create any script. I want to understand the script that is there right now. I want to be able to understand that one first, what it does, how it does it, and everything else. And then once that is done, once I understand that, then I'll play with making one myself. But right now, I want to understand that one. And don't take this the wrong way. I want to understand that one without your help.
Well, I'm not giving you my help anyway. Read the script. Go through the script, and you'll see commands in there. And break that down. You got to look at each line. Remember, anything after a hashtag, a pound sign, is the notes. So the computer ignores anything after the pound sign. But look and see the commands. Anything has a dollar before it is a variable. Dollar sign before it is a variable. But look at the commands, and then go look up the commands and see what they do. You might not understand completely what it's doing, but it'll give you an idea what it's doing. And then you'll learn, oh, I got to put a dollar sign before this, I got to put a bracket before this,
It used to say anytime the computer sees the word Fred, that means number 4. Well, then when they go to use Fred, they put a $sign before it saying, hey, when you say Fred equals 4, you're assigning a variable. Well, then when you put a $sign before it, you're saying use the variable Fred. Don't use Fred as a word, but use a variable. But start looking at a line and then go and look and see what that line does. And you'll learn a lot quicker like that.
Okay, I will. Believe me, I will. Because I know there's a lot more stuff that I can do with this thing, and I'm just eager to learn it to make it do other stuff. Because I know that there's, like I said, there's plenty of it in there that it can do, and not just me, but almost everybody's not even using half of the stuff that this thing is it's able or capable of doing. So yeah, I want to be able to deconstruct this thing and learn from it and actually uh, go and play with it and make it do other things. Of course, I had to I'm making a copy of the SD card first in case I screw anything up. I have a backup. I'll be back. I have a phone call.